Fuck, every time. Why do I keep doing this now? I used to be so good about pressing all the right buttons at the beginning of the stream, and the last 3 streams, I forgot to unmute myself at the beginning of the stream. I'm not even gonna pretend there was some technical difficulty. I was just too stupid to press the button. Hello. Greetings. How you doing, Agrawal? How you doing, the lemon? How you doing, Cryptic? I need a macro. Maybe. I just need to not forget to press the button. How are we doing, friends? Are you a quick switchy to the chat server and to the stream theme? Oh my god, it's so bright! Yay, my eyes! My monitor's misconfigured! Hey, Bless, doing well, thank you. How are you? I can hire you to press the button for $60,000. Seems a bit much. For a button presser. Button pressers everywhere are offended. Right, first thing I want to do today is editing and deleting messages. We're getting real fancy now. How about we make, yeah, that's gonna be a good idea anyway, to make a component for messages. Not Rust file. Svelte component, message. Hello, Anne-Marine. Greetings. Which also means we no longer need these consts, because these can just live in the script now. No! Script does not go on top. Stop. Putting the script on top is criminal. Oh, yeah. So, const props equal... No. Const message equals dollar props. Message. Message. No. Yeah, my message, not your message, the other message. No, it's the wrong one. Stop importing the wrong one. Import, what it is a... No! Why? Import message from state svelte. Why are you being dumb? Why are you being a dummy? Sometimes I make you upset enough to change your keyboard with the Copilot, but well, your entire keyboard. You're just gonna have the single Copilot. You're gonna be vibe typing then. You don't even need a keyboard anymore. You're just gonna have like a... You think that's where we're gonna end up with vibe typing, where people don't even type anymore? They just have like one button and they just like go like, Alexa, write a generic React app for me. That's definitely where we're gonna end up. Vibe typing. Okay, we have a date here. We have this thing. Import. What you doing? What you doing? Here. You happy now? You happy now? Here, now you're happy. You can import this one too. Adam! Thank you for the raid! Thank you! Sorry about yesterday, Adam. Hi, raiders. Hello. I did a bit of a silly today and raided Adam yesterday as he was just ending his stream. You don't. I should feel bad. I should check. I should double check before raiding that you're not about to end your stream. Hello, Miss Matt, and hi, Adam's friends. Hello. It is so good. Do I happen to be raiding anyone just now? See, if I wasn't starting just now, I would, but I'm literally just getting into my stream, so glad to have you all here. I'm Maya. I've been working on a chat server in Rust, kind of like Discord-like, started off a bit more IRC-like, now getting more... Thanks for the 7-minute stream, this was fun. Who we're gonna raid? I know. Awesome fish tank, thank you. And look, is the fishies. Is Buttercup. There she is. She's so cute. Thank you for the compliment. Adam, how was your stream? It's good to have you here. Yeah! Planet tanks. Best way to filter an aquarium. You battled fish? What did you do? What did you do to make the fish upset with you? You have a bunch of stuff to do now, so you can stick around for long. I mean, let's be honest, that's how it usually is, right? Like, let's be like completely upfront and honest. This is something that like viewers don't maybe think about as much, but like realistically speaking, if we had like a bunch of free time left, we just keep streaming, right? We're raiding out when we need to go do something else. That's like, you know, so you always do like your best to be polite, stick around a little bit, be like, oh wow, hello person I just raided, you have a very nice stream. This is very interesting what you're doing here. But the truth is, we gotta go do our own stuff, otherwise we would still be streaming ourselves. That is the secret that streamers don't tell you. Hello, Kirito. He fed them loads and gave positive encouragement. Good, as you should with fish. Just for that, you're staying here for 5 hours now. It's all going to plan. Reverse psychology, it always works. Why are you unhappy? Oh, Lang Tias. Now it's less unhappy. Type. Oh, that explains why I didn't want to import this. Because I was in a TypeScript context. Now you don't know what to do. Well, okay, I will give you a simpler choice. Would you like me to keep manipulating you, or would you like me to let you go? Matt, do you have an aquarium too? The very question is manipulation. I will not admit to anything. I will admit to no wrongdoing. Alright, look at this, look at this. Since a couple of days ago, I have become, after 18 years, a real developer. I've, for the first time ever, written my own Docker Compose file. Adam, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here and indulging in a little bit of silly banter with me. I appreciate you. I'll raid you again sometime soon when you're not about to end your stream, and see you soon. Thank you, Adam. Right, so we have a Docker, we have a chat server. I am doing well, Zaz. Thank you. How are you? And we also have a chat client, which is the most. Well, definitely not the most exciting. Look, I have CSS too. I made my own CSS. Can you believe it? It's still ugly, but it's slightly less ugly. Right, so this still works. Although there's a space here that I don't want. No, why is the space back? Why is the space back? Thought we were done putting random spaces here. Wait, there's an empty span. Oh, okay. Wait, do I need to just do this? No. Maybe. I need to do this. No, still not. Are you? I mean, an empty span shouldn't have. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. If... I don't know. Const role class equals derived this guy. If role class rendered, else don't. Haskell is such a language. What you trying to do with Haskell? Okay, good, the space is gone. This is like the 5th time I've had to fix like the random space after the user here. Also, this here definitely should be ordered by name. Probably, I mean, I don't know. At least while there's no persistence for it, it should be ordered by name. I guess in order to sort, we're gonna need to make it an array, right? What does this return? This returns... Oh, okay. So I can just do a quick... King Sabir II. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I was a big fan of your father, King Sabir. I'm sorry he's no longer with us. But you are very worthy of the crown. Hello, how are you? Not often I get to speak to a king. Well, maybe not face to face, but face to text. He was a dictator. Oh. But a kind dictator, right? Hello, Kaltha. And how are you today? ID of the, I don't know. Chat state, get user. All that. X, ID, name. Locale compare, chat state, get user, Y, ID, name. We happy now? We're happy now. I'm doing wonderful, thank you for asking. I'm feeling good. Let me open this one, and it's now alphabetical. Yay. You were gonna rewrite fluss, which is something in an FP language because, I don't know, why not? You wanted to do rock. Who's rock? Is rock another language, or? Oh, a newer FP language, okay. Does it have as crazy syntax as Haskell? Okay, hello, hi. And now we want it to be possible to edit and delete messages. So I guess we add a context menu to the message, right? I think that's what we want to do. Yeah, that seems right to me. That seems right to me. Whoa, what did I just... Okay. Context menu from my own. You actually really like how they do things. It's pretty cool, and they don't hide FMAP between dollar. What's FMAP? Is that like a Haskell thing that I should know about because I don't know about it? Snippet? Trigger. Right? That's how you do that, right? I think. Is that not how you write that? Is it like this? Apparently. Functor. See, the thing is, I've never done any sort of Haskell, so all of this is just kind of like, you know... None of that means anything to me, I admit. Hello, Notice. How are you? And hi, Astrix. Good morning. Or evening. Or time of day. Item as context menu item. Yeah! On click. Edit. Edit. Delete. Delete. I'm not allowed to call it delete. Friggin' delete being a... But what kind of language has delete as a reserved word? How many times... Be honest. How many times have you wanted to call something delete in JavaScript and the stupid fucking language was like, no, this very commonly used word is actually a word that you're not allowed to use anywhere because I'm just gonna reserve it as a word that you almost never use anyway. It's just mean. It's just mean. I'm not hating on JavaScript. JavaScript is cool. Mostly. That's one of the parts in which it's not cool. Wait, C++ has it too? What does it do in C++? Rock is friendlier than most FPs and tries to avoid functional jargon, which is most appreciated, that's true. You hate it when you can't call your variable var. I know. What a descriptive name that would be. I mean, it's literally a variable. Of course it should be called var. And how fun it would be to write var. Delete is useful for avoiding undefined in an object spread. Yeah, I mean, I have used it before. I'm not saying that delete is completely useless, but it's just kind of annoying that it's a reserved word and you can't call anything it. Oh, so it's like what, it's kind of like free basically then, Lily. No, JavaScript's pretty nice. I think JavaScript is exactly what it needs to be. How about we go to... Let's start with the API. Do service messages. Edit ID. No. Edit message rec. Returns empty. Delete ID. ID and text. Oh yeah, the misspellings of class you have to do to name something class, I know, yeah. Can you get segfault in Rust? If you're using unsafe code, yeah. I don't think it's possible to get a segfault in safe code. Oh, it is possible? How would you do it in safe Rust? How's progress? It's going well. Adding new features every day. Recently, we migrated to Nats and Scala, so like we're getting more into having some proper infrastructure backing it. You've shown me before? I've forgotten. I'm afraid I've forgotten. Let me recargo so I can then go to... Hello, hello. You look so happy. Such a cute fishy. Okay, so we go to the... Oh yeah, we need a new module then. Yeah. Let's make a new module called messages. And do impl proto messages for request handler. Yeah. From super, right? Implement. And then this just needs to add it here as proto messages. Nested under messages. Yeah, nice. And I was wondering, this here only exists for set status, yeah. Kinda just want to put that under users. I don't know. I'll move it around later, depends on what else I'm gonna add. What's my IDE? Yeah, thank you, Lily. It's an IntelliJ idea. It is very nice. So for this, we're gonna want to check that... Oh, right here, we're gonna need to interact with Scylla. Ooh, that's interesting. That is very interesting. Oh, that's extra interesting because we're gonna need to know... Because we store the messages across two tables. Oh, it's a bug, okay. Is it a bug that they're like planning on fixing, or is it like, oh, due to stability guarantees, we cannot fix this thing that we definitely should fix? I'm probably wrong about this, but I do feel like they're a bit too anal about their stability guarantees. Oh, sorry, I missed a follow. 44915L, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Does that mean anything in Leaf speak? Agiel. I don't think it means Agiel. I don't know, maybe it does mean Agiel. I'm not gonna forbid you from being called Agiel, but it's probably not Agiel. You don't disagree with their stability guarantees? It's nice that you can use a crate that works fine and hasn't been updated in 8 years as a dependency. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. For dependencies, yeah. No, you're right, yeah. Hello, Kale! Joven SD, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. You could also Stack Overflow into segfault. A Stack Overflow is also a segfault? I guess if it is, then yeah, that makes sense. I didn't know that. I need to drink something. My throat is unhappy. Thinking about what the best way to refer to a message is. Yeah, to you too, Lily. Oh, the stack overflows when a program tries to use more stack than exists, writing into stack that doesn't exist. Okay. I guess I'm used to higher level programming languages that... I guess they handle that a bit more explicitly than just trying to access memory that doesn't exist. Like, I don't think I've ever been close to a stack overflow in Rust. So there's multiple things we could do here. The problem is that right now we have two different ways of storing messages. We have either the user messages, which are stored by smaller user first and larger user. And we have channel messages, which are stored, you know, according to the channel ID. What we could do is have an ID assigned to conversations between users. So when there first is any kind of, you know, interaction between two users, some kind of conversation entity is created that the messages are then assigned to. IDDQD Carmack, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And I think that might actually make the most sense. I mean, maybe? I don't know. Oh, this is difficult. This is difficult. This is like a big architectural decision. I guess it's not something that couldn't be changed, but still, it's like, what would it change? It would definitely make the seller side way easier, because then it would just be like a single table. We would no longer have to store... I think that's how Discord works too, yeah. We would no longer have to have two tables for messages. We just have, like, you know, conversation, whether that be a channel or combination of two users. And those would have the messages assigned to them. So the Scylla side would be... Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm considering now too. The alternative, there's two alternatives. The first alternative would be to always refer to messages as I think with your mention of group DMs, you've just convinced me. Because everything else I was thinking about was always around a conversation in my head was always between two people. But if at some point, and I mean that would make sense, we want to support chats between multiple people, it makes sense to have conversations have IDs. So yes, that's what we're gonna do. Which means we want to completely refactor how Scylla works, Decision made. Yeah. So this just turns into read messages. This turns into write message. Final answer. Yes. Refactor, time. Everything, channel. Call it a conversation, I think. Conversation beginnt. Can you refactor time? You win some minutes back. When you figure out how, let me know. Life, the universe, everything, it's all just channels. I know, it's crazy. We just solved the universe. Okay, so far it's made everything a lot simpler, but it's about to get a whole lot harder. It's gonna be especially interesting to prevent the race condition of what if a conversation between two users gets created at the same time. Hello, Eigentourist. How are you? Hi, Belka. Hello, hello. Okay, so... we just need the ID here, which is or do conversation U64. And the statement then becomes read messages. And you become conversation cast signed, comma. And the statement needs to be cloned. No, we can do locking. Like, definitely, like, you can't really viably do locking in a distributed setting. So, what we need to do is basically the way we want to resolve conflicts like this, which ideally we design it to be as rare as possible, but when we do need to assign conflict or work around conflicts, we need to accept as truth whichever has the smaller ID. I mean, I already have a message queue. And no, it didn't blow up the scope of the project. I just had to make a change to make it more easily possible to refer to a specific message. Because previously, messages were being treated rather differently depending on whether they were in a conversation between two users or in a channel. How does a smaller ID help us out in that case? So basically, let's assume that you're on a node which has created a conversation between two users. It then receives an event for that another node has also created a conversation between those two users. That conversation has a smaller ID, which means that node now needs to reconcile everything related to the larger ID and instead move it into the lower ID. Have I found the thing? No, admittedly I haven't looked for it. I'm going to look for it when the room is done. It's the oboe was this thing. It's buried in the boxes somewhere. Okay, so the channel messages themselves are going to be easy. It's the user messages where it gets hard. Yes, I meant the ID of the channel. Yes. Because I have in my code base, I have an ID generator that that generates 64-bit IDs that contain the ID of the... Actually, come to think about it, I don't think we want the node ID to come first. We want the node ID to come second. Because we want the timestamp to come first. We assigned 42 bits to the timestamp. So we want to shift it up 22 bits. Do plus this one shifted up 14 bits. Yeah, that is how we want to do it. Which also means we need to change our implementation on the front end. This here now needs to be a... Oh yeah, this becomes simpler actually. Because we left shift by 22. We right shift by 22, excuse me. So any ID also encodes the date at which it was created in milliseconds. It encodes the date in which it was created, it encodes the node that created it, and an incremental ID. Aww, Grumpy Pete is so cute. He's in there. He's in there. He's such a precious fish. Yeah, we're bit shifting. Look at Grumpy Pete. He's so cute. He loves doing that. For months he's been trying to get this plant loose. But he's never managed. He's so cute. I love goldfish so much. So grumpy. You haven't seen anyone have a use case for bit shifting since yet? Really? No, I feel like bit shifting is a relatively common thing to have to do. No, Joban. No being mean to the fishies. No. Oh, was it a reference? No, if it was a reference, I didn't get it. Sorry. Sorry, you're gonna have to teach me. I guess I'm one of today's lucky 10,000. What kind of video is that? Gonna need some context before I open a video on stream. I need more than that. It's a movie clip, okay. Am I gonna get copyright stricken? How long is it? Which movie is it from? Oh, okay. To be fair, Finding Nemo was so long ago that I watched it in German. I've never seen Finding Nemo in English. Yeah, I watched it, like when it first came out, I watched it in German. So, any English quotes from that movie will be right over my head. Oh yeah, the movie came out 22 years ago, yeah. I mean, I was 8 years old then, so yeah, I would have watched it in German. And I also don't have much memories of it because I don't know. But yeah, sorry for missing your reference then. Well, I guess I could do, I guess you don't have to bit shift. I guess you could do ×2 to the power of something, but I mean, since I'm literally doing bit manipulation here, it makes sense to do bit shifting, you know? Like, I'm not bit shifting because I have to because I can't do it better. It's like, it is the correct choice to use here because I am storing multiple things in one 64-bit integer. Okay, so this new ID thing needs to be... That's fine. And this just needs to be shifted up further. And so that means we get rid of the conversation key thing. Probably. Is it still used anywhere else? I mean, I guess we still kinda need it for... Well, for one thing in our state, we now need hub conversations, which is a dash map from U64, U64 to U64. And we must now store this. User conversations. User 1. User 2. ID integer primary key. Now you've got me thinking about how group chats factor into all of this. I guess you would still need an index of... I'll just keep it like this for now. I'll keep it like this for now and refactor it later, I think. Because that's getting a bit too far ahead of ourselves. Not bit flags. I'm using it as a container for... I'm basically using it to have like a distributed ID. So the top 42 bits are a... The top 42 bits are a millisecond timestamp. The next 8 bits are the node ID. And the remaining 14 bits are our counter. You don't think anyone even designed things this way anymore? I mean, it's really just a question of, like, you know, how much efficiency do you need? Like, if you're writing generic React web app number 512, then you're not gonna need to do this sort of thing, you know? Because then it's just like, it is just like optimizing in the, like, there's no way you're gonna get that to be performant, you know? But if you're trying to, like, get as much performance as possible, then yeah. Development Carol, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Is it me or are my notifications silent today for some reason? Like, am I just going crazy? I feel like I haven't heard a single notification today. COD doesn't optimize on purpose to fill HDD space so they're the only game on your console? So you're saying COD is a clingy yandere game then? Daisy, my day, pretty Daisy. So, I guess from the server perspective, should we even treat private messages and channel messages differently then? I guess not, right? Isn't this wrong anyway? Oh, that's how. Okay, I kind of see. Okay, okay, no, that's not wrong. Okay. I'll make them both channel messages for now, as like a first step into treating them the same way. Hey, Nernst! What is the purpose of the messaging queue since it isn't a microservice kind of thing? The messaging queue exists to be able to horizontally scale the server to run up to 256 nodes of the server software and allow users to connect to any of them behind a load balancer. Yeah, I'm thinking about what the differentiator would be, because like on some level it has to know, like, what kind of thing it's dealing with, you know, like, or, I don't know, like, because they're just different entities, you know, and I'm just not entirely sure yet where to draw that line. I'm not writing a load balancer, no. With how many instances have I tested it? 1. 1. You didn't mean to call me that? Well, I'm still offended. I'm so offended. No, I'll keep this like this for now, because this will just make this harder. Because this code here, as it is, does still work. This just needs to become a right message statement. And the conversation key just turns into oh, that's interesting. Second interesting question, at which point do we create the conversation? I'm planning to have every node have like a small local database where I can just keep like a local copy of its state basically. And probably have like some kind of centralized Postgres database or something. I don't know, I haven't thought about that too much yet. Make a note for every possible DM when a new user signs up. Of course, it's so obvious. Just like once you have when you like create the 100,000th user, just create 100,000 relations with every other user. Yeah, if I pay for a CPU, I'm gonna use that CPU. Yeah. You're right, Kale. Hello. He looks so satisfied when he's chewing. New user signs up, site goes down for 4 minutes. It's a feature so users touch grass every now and then. You're brilliant, Kale. You should be the product manager. Would I believe you if you told me that the company you work for actually built an enterprise system that behaved pretty much like that? Given what you've told me about the company you work for, yes. It was impossible to deploy, so slow that you literally could not launch it. $25 million in consulting hours and related expenses over 2.5 years. Yeah. Hello, Gashi. How are you? So I take it the project got canned eventually. Tracing being this thing here? Or what kind of tracing do you mean, Lily? Okay. So I guess this is pretty heavy then. You're almost recovered from a bad throat. Did you have a cold? Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. No, I wasn't saying like, oh, fuck this shit, I'm removing it as garbage, but just like, yeah. You have a lot of instructions, yeah. That makes perfect sense. The thing I'm thinking about right now is, should conversation IDs be transparent to the client? Like, should the client still refer to Should the client still treat user messages completely differently than it does channel messages, I suppose? Your throat suddenly went all itchy and stuffy last week. The dog told you it's allergic? Did you used to be allergic, or was it like your first year having allergy symptoms? I think Kale was talking about that too. Yeah, it's kind of, honestly, that's a good point, Lily. Like, I feel like the best programmers are the ones who were like who used to be antisocial and just sat at home writing code all day because they had no one to spend time with. And then then when you want to get into the job world, then you suddenly have to learn to be social. Hey, Oogly Booglies, how are you? I see. Happy to hear it, Oogly. I am thinking about some architectural decisions right now, so I'm kind of just looking instead of typing currently. You're also unhappy, right? Yeah. I mean, again, this one is easy because this is just the channel ID. And I guess this one then just becomes... like, if we make the conversation keep... I mean, I guess that doesn't work yet. So we just have 2 errors now, right? We shouldn't have more than 2. Okay, we have 2. Good. Both of the ones that are referring to user messages are still kind of up in the air. Very much going back and forth in my head right now. Does it make sense for the client to know about the conversation IDs? The point you made about like group conversations is a really good one because if we add support for there being private conversations between multiple people, I guess not even right. Is this the question of do we want to do that? Is there even a point for those when groups literally do exist? I mean, call me crazy, but what's the point of group chats? I mean, the conversation ID is relevant when referring to the messages. It's so we don't have to store messages completely differently depending on whether they're sent in a user conversation or channel conversation. Hello, Alexmir. I mean, of course, it's completely irrelevant to the users, but like, the question isn't does the user care about it, but does the client care about it, you know? Or should the client care about it? Are there rules on how to define endpoints for the API? Do you mean in this project or generally? Okay, let's go with the simplest solution for now. The simplest solution for now is to remove this one here entirely. We read the conversations from here. We have a dash map of... No, this is conversations. So a dash map of U60 of like a U64 tuple to and so like we query a tuple of 3 U64s. How else would it refer to a certain conversation otherwise? Well, because the client itself already has its own user ID, it can refer to a certain conversation by the ID of the other user. Viana, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And generally, no, not really. I mean, it depends on what you're using even. Like, you can use REST, you can use protobuf, you can use... It depends on what kind of API you're writing, but there is no, like, hard and fast rules for it. So the conversations then turn into, this is a ID, user1, user2. And we map here, user1, user2, ID. And we are so very happy. How do they inlay hints not disturb me? I kind of only look at them when they're like relevant. I feel like one thing that really comes with experience as a programmer is you learn to ignore everything that is irrelevant to the problem at hand and only focus on the things that are really important. It's like... It's why what eventually makes onboarding to like a giant project so much easier over time. Is that you just get so much better at filtering out only the things that you need to get your work done and ignoring everything else. Hey, Vika! They keep resizing. I genuinely don't notice. Oogly Booglies, thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Well, I wouldn't even call it a superpower. I think it's just practice, you know? Because like, what is programming skill if not the ability to look at a huge chunk of code and immediately see, you know, what you need, the problem, the bug, you know, it's just kind of... Because if you're working in a massive project, there are so many things that you know, so many gears working together to produce the output. And it is, I would say it's the most important thing you get with experience, that you're able to ignore all of those massive gears and find like the tiny one that you need to adjust to get to the result you want. Okay, so this is let conversation equals. No, hold on. No, we do still need that. I was wrong. We do still need that method, just differently. Or, no, what we want to do is get conversation, which is a option U64. Key is this. Or even just do, I guess it's easier, and then do return self, okay, don't even need return self, conversations, get key. Value. Huh. Oh, some deref here. There we go. What's up with Go? It's ugly. That's what's ugly with it. No, that's what's up with it. State, get conversation. ID, user ID. If let some, or even do like let some conversation equal this, else return. No, Go is very much ugly on the outside. It is very much ugly on the outside. Okay, that's the WebSocket side done. Now the only thing we need to do is actually create the conversation, which is where it gets hard. But first, I shall be right back, and then we will give Grumpy Pete a treat, and then we will finish this up. BRB. Hello. Hey, Grumpy Beans. What? Guess what? Guess what you're gonna do? Guess what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Oh, there he is. Oh, there. There he is. There he is. Baby. Have your pee. Hello. It's so strange that they decided they weren't gonna do that. Alright, so basically here what we need to do is we need to do... Yeah, we have the source, we have the target, and do conversation is... Probably need a match here, right? No, what we can do is we can do self conversations get self get conversation source and target. Or okay, or no, or unwrap or else. That's what we want. Finally we got there. I had to go through like a million options, but unwrap or else is what we want. And this becomes we need like a new message for this to start with, which is just a message conversation ID user 1 user 2 17 we say ID is new ID, and we also send out a conversation ID user 1 source ID user 2 target ID. Did I get gRPC working? No, I didn't. I decided it's garbage and that I wasn't gonna use it. Event, no. What? Oh, event. Conversation. Okay, now this is happy. Await. ID. Oh shit, is this not async? No, it is. Oh, this is an async. Okay, I guess it needs to be a match then. I guess in that case, it needs to be a match. That's fine though. Hello, Tobbs. How are you? Match this in. Some ID. ID. None. Listen. And what do we do if this No! No, we don't do that here. I know what we do. I know exactly what we do. I know exactly what we do. Hey, Dumby, how have you been? How is it garbage? It just doesn't work in the web. You need like some super gross workarounds to make it work in the browser. And just the library was super painful to work with. Everything about it was just kind of painful. Protocol buffers are amazing. Protocol buffers are wonderful. Your dad bought you a laptop for your birthday. Nice. What laptop did you get? Oh yeah, but like since I want to support browser clients, like gRPC is just kind of out, you know? So I'm still using protobuf services as my protocol definition, but I'm not using gRPC. Correct, Eigentorus, correct. You wish you had a dad and a laptop? Which one do you want more? Pick one. Alright, so this here is what we need to do. Why is it harsh? We want to put that here, actually. In this case, we're the source, and the target is input user. State get conversation. Self state get conversation. And if this fails, we just air out. Yeah, exactly. Laptop, because when it dies, you can recharge it unlike your dad, unless you're Frankenstein him. Oh yeah, if it's like, if it's server to server, or like, you know, if all of the code, like everything, if the entire infrastructure is under your control, then you can probably use... Then you can probably use, gRPC. But even then, like, I feel like having the service definition itself is already so helpful, and it's just been so much easier to just, like, generate my own code based on that service definition than to, like, use gRPC with all of its, like, pitfalls. Alright, so this now turns into... Yeah, that should be completely fine. And that should mean that in the state, or now, we can just unwrap here. Because due to the ordering, it's guaranteed to... exist. And then this here is just the conversation. I think so. Okay. And so the conversation is now created here. And I guess currently it's not even, like, used. Am I mad at you that I didn't? No, use whatever you want. Who am I to tell you what OS to use? If you like Mint, use Mint. No. I like, Dumby, you know I like and appreciate you, but, and I mean this in the absolute nicest way possible. I don't give a shit what operating system you use. It is completely irrelevant to me. So you should install Mac. No, okay. Let's not get crazy now. Let's not get crazy now. There's limits. You feel like you should swap your own Surface to a Linux build? It's from like 2014 and getting Windows BSOD. I mean, you could. Which Linux do you like the most, Oogly? Watching LS run in like 10 seconds is so satisfying, as opposed to like the 60 it was before. Oh, maybe Dummy wants to get insulted. Probably. 3 to 4 minutes, my goodness. Dude, who makes these things? Debian. Also, the fact that it's called Debian implies that the person who made it pronounces it Debian as opposed to Debian, which is just wrong. What would my suggestion be? Are you a gamer, or do you not care about gaming? Like, do you have any particular requirements for your OS? Any sort of desktop environment you find particularly visually appealing? What are you currently using? Okay, so the conversation is now actually created by the HTTP handler, which makes sense. It's too crowded for you to game on, but you do want GUI. You only use it for TTRPG with friends, so web character sheets. Obsidian app for notes, very basic. Probably Fedora then, I would say. Fedora or Nobara. Or NixOS if you want to go absolutely crazy. Okay, so the conversation is created here. And so here's where it gets interesting. Speakers don't work. But like on Linux specifically, I'm assuming. Why does Linux never work out of the box? Because you didn't install Nobara. Because you decided you had to be different. You decided you had to go against the grain and do things your way. And what did it get you, dummy? It got you broken speakers. Which one is CashOS? Okay, if let some you know, it's not that easy. It is not that easy. Entry. Conversations get I do still need the conversation key thing. Hello? Hello? Thank you. I do still need this. Hey, nice, it works. CashOS is a very optimized Arch-based distro, apparently very good for gaming. It often sounds like CashOS is Nobara on Arch. Okay, okay. Hello, Theodore. How are you? Event, no, self, conversation key, event user 1, event user 2. What's tumbleweed? Entry. Okay. So we're locking the entry. We're now doing if entry how do I know whether huh? Huh? Okay, well, I need to look at the dash map documentation. Because this is not what I expected to see. Dash map. I mean, it seems alter only gets called if the key already exists. What does din mean in Rust? I don't think I understand that well enough to explain it. Someone else here probably can. Microsoft maybe is the only company that makes a product good enough to keep going. What do you mean, Bilka? Okay, so I don't think we want alter. Because this doesn't take an option, so clearly I think we're gonna need to use the entry thing again. I think so. Insert. No, we don't want insert. This. No. Thank you for the posture check. I mean, can't you just plug in a mouse? A din means basically that you reference a vtable and the compiler doesn't generate specific code branch for a statically given type on usage, but rather dynamically dispatches. It's for dynamic, yeah, but it's like, I don't understand the specifics of it enough to explain it. Hello, Sketch. Okay, so we definitely want the entry thing. We don't want to add modify. Oh, good God, hash maps. I mean, hash maps aren't that bad. Oh, we can just match here. Oh. Oh, we can just, okay, well that makes it, okay. Now that I know that, that makes everything so much simpler. Match entry. I didn't know that, but now I know that. Okay, so if it's vacant, we just insert it. We just do entry, insert, event ID. And that's it. And then we also need to insert into the database, insert into user conversations, ID, user 1, user 2. I mean, if you hate using a touchpad so much, why not just take a mouse with you, Dumby? The lyrics and the music! I know, Belcom. Personally, I think KDE is just better than GNOME. Especially if you're coming from Windows, KDE is going to feel way more natural to you. GNOME is just kind of weird. Entry key 0 cast sign, entry key 1 cast sign. GNOME has gone down the shitter since GNOME 3. How long ago was GNOME 3? I mean, I don't know. Who cares about, like, you can call it bloat or you can call it useful pre-installed software that most people will need. What do you mean field keys private? Surely I can get access to the key somehow. Okay, I need to do it like this. Entry key. There. This better. Kind of like GNOME, but you use tiling. Have you considered using like an actual like tiling window manager? Because I mean, KDE has good tiling too. Like you can do like a bunch of stuff like here, you know, like you can do all sorts of tiling. 2011. Okay. Okay, so we're writing into the database and we're writing it in here. And that's good. And then we just need to handle the case of do we even need to handle that case? Because what if the order is guaranteed? If the order is guaranteed, we don't need to handle this case at all. You just don't want to use the mouse completely? As in, like, you know, a full keyboard workflow, Dante. Also, hello, Dante, how are you? Yeah, so I don't think there's a way to only insert if it doesn't exist without the entry API. But that's fine. That's fine. So really what we want to do here is just an if let this equals entry. And just do nothing if it already exists. Because it's not the one with the lowest ID that matters. It's the one that was in queued first that matters. As long as the ordering is guaranteed, that's all that matters. And if the ordering is not guaranteed, we're fucked anyway. Can you pull me into Vim gang? No. I like using a mouse. I have like a trackball and all. Mouse is nice. Also, my mum told me not to join a gang. Bye, Belka. See you next time. Or later. Hopefully later. But if not later, then next time. Okay. Also change your account name to Sketch. No, that's what the dollar path is at the end is for. It prefixes the current value of the path variable with that. Wait, so what are you trying to do, Dumby? You said, say you want to install JDK, do you put it in... I mean, I don't think you have to modify your path with that for that. I feel like that's a bit overkill. You would just put it into, like, local bin, no? Hello, Stiger. How are you? But yeah, I wouldn't modify the path for that personally. Yeah, but there's like, you know, there's like, at least for me, by default, home.local bin is like a default path location where I can just put stuff. And it's user specific. Like, I don't want to modify my path anytime I need to add something. Okay, so it does build now, so now we need to add editing and deleting messages. Yeah, right. So we got here because we need to figure out whether the current user is the creator of the message. So we need to add a new statement for read message statement, which is select these things from chat messages where ID is that thing. And then we do pub async event get message ID. And I guess we can safely add to a proto message here, or safely map rather to a proto message here. Execute single page. Probably. Let's better. I guess you can just give the prepare statement a page size too. I mean, I guess that's fine. It doesn't need to be paged. So what is a query result? A query result is into rows result. Okay. Read message and ID. Why are you unhappy? Okay, this one doesn't. Okay, sure. Interesting that down here I need to clone, but here I don't. I guess it's for the iterator or something. For something like Java, which is a shitload of stuff you'd add into the path just to make sure. That's fair. That's fair. I guess what I would recommend, Dumby, which is what I did, which is just look at what your path is right now. See whether there's like some local folder to put things like that. But Sketch does have a point where Java specifically has a lot of things. I mean, it depends on whether you even want all of Java in your path. And yeah, don't apologize, Dumpy. I mean, you're asking fair questions. This stuff is not perfectly intuitive. And I mean, you know, when you think about it, adding stuff to your path is probably something that shouldn't be intuitive because it's something that most people shouldn't be doing. I mean, there's only 15 ways to install something because you specifically say you don't want to use the package manager. If you were like a normal person, you just wanted to install Java, you would just use like your package manager. Hey Lalan, you just got done helping your friend fixing a mess of a vibe-coded Python web server. To check if someone was logged in, they just saved the user's GUID and cookies. No validation, no checks, no nothing, it was crazy. Oh boy. AI is fun. Oh yeah, NVM is great. So, I mean, if you're working on your own, then just installing your package manager's node is probably good enough. Assuming you're not in something like Ubuntu, where it's like always going to be super out of date. What's a normal person wanting to install Java? Fear. Oh yeah, I mean, Rust is like a lot of low-level stuff. Eigentourist. It's like you use Rust when you need to think about the things that programming languages like JavaScript or Python let you not think about. It is insane how much tech debt the whole AI shenanigans is creating. Oh yeah, of course. They are definitely tech debt producers. Into Wait, why am I unwrapping here? I don't think I should be unwrapping here. Because this here shouldn't crash if it doesn't work. What kind of a result is this? Oh, these are all like random errors, huh? So I can just do result. I mean, I guess we don't care about the specific error, do we? I guess I can just make it like a result. Or sorry, like a... Oh my god. Option. And so instead of unwrap, we just do okay question mark. We found a personal site run by a guy who used to work on WinDebug, and his article is amazing. So I take it the din thing is like not super specific to Rust thing to Rust then if a website that old can have information on it. How do you feel like it's better, Sketch? You went to a local conference back in June where people were talking about building systems by starting with an LLM, adding all kinds of guardrails, and eventually building a frontend to talk to whatever agent is in front of the LLM. Isn't that just ChatGPT? Oh, reliable and deterministic. No, that's not how AIs work. Okay, this also needs to be an option. So this needs the await into rows result. Does that already need the types? No, it doesn't. Okay. Do they have some common error type or something? No. You find Arch better because it's more performant even though you're still using Cinnamon Desktop. You don't need to add a shitload of PPAs for things. Things crash less often, software's up to date. And you like the Pac-Man animation. Okay. Java sure is a comfortable language to use, especially if you have the opening brace on the next line. Why do you make me tell lies? Why do you make me say things that are such obvious lies? Can't believe you made me lie. You have done every such thing. So we do into rows result, which is itself first row. No, maybe first row, right? Because we don't know that it exists. Maybe first row. Okay, and we have now, what do we have then? Let row equal, what is the row now? The row is now a unknown. That's not helpful. Oh! Oh, this already, okay. So this already takes this type. Alright. And then we just return the proto message here. ID. Let user text sum okay, and that's it. You've given up trying out older Linux distros for now. Apparently, while the emulator you're using is great for emulating Windows 95, something about the floppy disk controller emulation or the BIOS you're using doesn't play nice with the early 2.x branch of the Linux kernel. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, if the emulator is made for Windows, then there's probably some, like, specifics that Windows just isn't using, but that Linux thing is, that just don't work. It's kind of funny because it's like a nested option. I mean, you could also instead do flatten and do this. But I mean, that's the same thing, really. Alright, so messages. Let message equal self state get message input ID. Await. Sum. And message. Oh, if let sum and message user is equal to self user ID, else error import this? Error... Yeah. Error not found, yeah. And here we return... Haskell's hurting your... Are you still doing Haskell? I thought you stopped doing that. Well, it's not just set there, Dumby. It's set in like a bunch of places. Like, Bash RC isn't the only Bash setup thing. And it's not even just Bash that would affect your path. I mean, I feel like there is a point in giving up if you're not enjoying it. Of course, I'm assuming you are still enjoying it, but if you were not enjoying it, then there would be. Wait, which export command? Oh yeah, the one that Sketch posted? Yeah. That one goes into the bash RC file. No, the source thing is when... The source thing you run once, because that gets executed automatically on reboot. And the export you add to bash RC. Kale thank you for the raid. Hello. Hi, how was your stream? Hi, thank you for the raid. I hope I pronounced that name properly. How you doing? Hi, raiders. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Psychedelifes, FX even, thank you for the follow. I definitely mispronounced that name. It was good. Hell yeah, what were you up to? It's good to see you. Tell me everything. What am I working on? Thank you for asking. I am working on a Discord clone / chat server in Rust for fun. It's not really a Discord clone, I just say Discord clone because it is a quick summary of what kind of thing I'm working on. I'm currently implementing editing and deleting messages, and it's slowly coming together. We have a pretty chunky Rust server at this point and a small Svelte client. And I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Let me have a look at that link. Meet another day. What's this then? What is this? Okay, so you meet someone at an event, and you want to meet up again, but you don't remember their name. How does this differ from other social media applications? It sends an email a week before an event with all your friends who are attending. Interesting. So is this basically a subset of something like Facebook, or does it do something different than the existing social media? Okay, like a custom purpose basically. So like a Facebook without all the Facebook bullshit. Is that Bootstrap? Are you using Bootstrap? If so, good. Bootstrap is nice. Bulma. I don't know Bulma. What's a Bulma? The modern CSS framework. Go away. Alright, kinda cute. T2SD, that's probably not how that's pronounced, but thank you for the raid as well. Double raid, hello, how are you? Another raid, indeed. Hello, how was your stream? How do I pronounce your name correctly so it's not so awkward like this time? Or did I pronounce it correctly? In which case I take everything back that I just said. Hello, Candy. It was right. Okay, I take everything back. I did it perfectly. I thought it was maybe like T2s or something. You do Linux? Alright, let me have a look at this too. I was just looking at the social media network that Hale was making, and now we're looking at your thing too. A T2 package manager. Okay. Ultra portable low-code Linux system deployment and other OS homebrew. Also, hi Raiders. Hello. Hello. It's good to have you here. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm a nerd working on Rust stuff. Hello, Penguin. Sleep well, T2SD. Thank you for bringing your friends here. Reproducible cross-compilation of thousands of popular open source packages into custom Linux operating systems. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really get it yet. It's also a Linux distribution, okay. How does this compare to something like Nix? Best distro? Really, Atops? What makes it the best distro in your opinion? I was actually looking for a CSS framework yesterday, but then decided to just keep rolling my own. It's not a distro, but a bestro. True. True-stro. But yeah, I admit I don't fully understand it. You have not tried it, but you heard it's really good for old hardware such as the Wii. Really? That's kind of cool that you can install something like this on the Wii. I would have imagined that like something for that would have to be very purpose-built. Though I imagine you would still need to like do some upfront homebrew stuff so you could then install this on it. Okay, then it makes sense to me. And it's good for old hardware because it's so efficient, like so small basically. It also still supports 32-bit architectures. Okay. And so what's the advantage of having something like this compared to... Like, if you've already like homebrewed a Wii, what would be the advantage of installing this on it? Compared to just I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of out of my depth here, so I'm just trying to like ask some questions that will result in some amount of learning or understanding, because I don't really... This is the kind of thing I've like never looked into or done anything with. When you want to run Linux on your Wii instead of the Wii OS. And why would you want to do that? Like, what would it get you to install Linux on it? Oh, so like basically it's like a because you can kind of thing. Someone who runs a Minecraft server on their Wii. That's kind of cool. But like, as I understand it, what makes Linux is like the packages you install, you know? So if you have like a Linux distribution without packages to begin with, then I don't think that's the same T2 as this though, Uglier, is it? Is this the same T2 or a different T2? Sorry all of this is going over my head so much. This is just something that I've never really looked into, done anything with. Use Arch, by the way. I'm happy for you, Tesla. Oh, okay. No, but this is a different website. I don't think this has anything to do with each other. I think this is a very different T2. Yeah, I still don't fully understand it. I understand enough to know that it's cool, but I don't understand enough to know when and how you would use it. If someone wants to explain it to me more, I would be very appreciative. No, of course not typical. We were just looking into the link that T2SDE dropped during his raid. If you have some old-ass hardware which you still need to use for some reason, you could run T2SDE, maybe some old enterprise machines. So what makes this different from other bare-bone distros like, I think Alpine is one, for instance, is us basically like playing in the same playing field. Uncle Scientist, thank you for the follow. Yes, this is Rust, it is. Rust is lovely. This can run on other CPU architectures as well. Oh, and like Alpine count. Different architecture is important how it's actively maintained. So does T2 then make it easier to compile it for other architectures? Since I'm imagining that something like the Wii, for instance, would have a completely different architecture, right? Oh, Wii is PowerPC, okay. Okay, so that's the difference, that like, the processor architecture support. Okay, thank you. Now I understand more, thank you. And why not Fedora? Because it's just kind of too chunky for old hardware. Same reason you wouldn't want to install Windows 11 on a Wii. Alright, so we're gonna need a... Mitchtronics, thank you for the follow. How are you? ID and string text. You wouldn't go past Windows Vista on the Wii. Honestly, hot take, Windows Vista was great. Windows Vista was my favorite. I will say that with no shame. Unlike binary distributions where much is hidden behind precompiled packages, E2 gives you total control over every piece of software in your system. So is it kind of like Gen 2 then, where you compile things from source? I mean, Windows 7 definitely had some advantages over Vista, but it wasn't as pretty. Hello, Mitch. I'm doing great, thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah, Windows 7 was good too. It wasn't as pretty, no. Windows Vista was peak OS design. Xanthi, do you mean you have it on your PlayStation? Is that what you mean by PS3? Yeah, Vista was good at Chesla. Yeah. Windows 11 is best. You will love having to disable 15 AI features on each boot. I mean, what else are you gonna do all day? It just keeps you from being bored. Alright, here we send... Oh, the delete's gonna be... Oh. The delete's actually gonna be difficult. At least, like, once we get into, like, moderation. I don't think you want to use Android Studio with 8 GB. Android Studio is great, but with 8 GB plus emulator, I mean, to be fair, if you just want the emulator, it doesn't matter what you install. But if you want to run the emulator, you definitely don't want to run Android Studio and the emulator at the same time. State proto import, please. Thank you. Message edited. ID and text is input text. You're unhappy because I can't just put like an underscore or something here, right? No, that would be too easy. That would be too easy. I wonder whether there's any sort of, thing I can put here. No, I guess not. I guess that would be a little silly. No, Android Studio doesn't have an emulator embedded. It just uses the emulator provided by the Android SDK. Hello, Suyash. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Couldn't you just change the content of him? Oh, of course, of course. Now, the difficult part I was referring to is that, it's going to be difficult to determine whether a user has permission to edit a message, to delete a message. No, the SDK has always been enough. You've never needed to use Android Studio. Okay, I'm going to be right back. See you in a moment. I'm gonna get some more to drink. Hello. Fishy was doing backflips. Probably Daisy. Crazy Daisy. You've seen people use IntelliJ instead of Studio. I mean, Android Studio is just a branded IntelliJ idea. There's not much more to it. Here we need to add the remaining 2 messages. Or this one is... Oh yeah, this needs to be like forwarded to the client too. Oh my goodness, okay. Now it gets really interesting. Because here we also need to know what kind of context the message is in. I guess a shitty solution for now. Do I want a shitty solution? I mean, what's a not shitty solution? This is really difficult, that messages can exist in 2 contexts that are like so different, like the channels and the conversations. We need some kind of way of treating them the same way. Maybe like an enum or something. An enum would probably make sense. Yeah, because the message knows... Like, so here we need to fetch the message from... Wait. This is extra interesting. 'Cause really the actual change, the actual call to seller should happen here. Like, we want to have, where is it? I'm blind. I'm so blind. Like, if we have a update message statement, that's going to be update chat messages. Set, I don't know whether the syntax is actually like that. I'm just assuming that it's the same as SQL. Set text is equal to question mark, where ID is equal to question mark. And then update message. We need ID and a string. Oh yeah, and then we don't even send along the the text here, right? Because the text we need to get from Scylla. Oh, this is such an interesting problem. For the database, I use, like, for the local state database right now, I use SQLite, and for the log database, I use Scylla, which is a C++ implementation of Apache Cassandra. Gakko, thank you for the follow. How are you? And this just becomes execute. I mean, is it still unpaged? I don't know. Probably, right? Execute unpaged. Self. Update message. With the ID and the, wait, I'm editing the wrong thing. I'm editing the wrong thing. Update message statement. Text. You're starting to think your girlfriend is an FP nerd in disguise. I don't think she disguises it a lot. Result not rows. There. I mean, I feel weird returning an option of an empty. Oh, I can just do this. Okay, that feels less weird. That feels less weird. So we want to already update the message here. This becomes self state update message. Input ID. Input text. Await. Oh yeah, Scylla is super interesting. Option of a unit, yeah, I just... The only way for me to change, the problem is that Scylla's error types are weird, and they have, like, it's a custom error type for everything, and so I would need to use, like, your IRE crate or whatever to, like, map the errors. But the thing is, I genuinely also just don't care about the exact error outside of here. It's like, it works or it doesn't, you know? Like, the only case it should go wrong is if, I don't know, like, Scylla's offline or something. Alright, so this just just sends an event that the message has been edited. Which we do need to do. We do need to do that. So that all users on all nodes get notified. That can see the message. And then the difficult part is figuring out how to... Here, we'll just copy this for now. There will need to be more here for, like, what if a moderator wants to delete the message? I have no idea how we're gonna do that yet. It's gonna be very interesting. So we also need a delete message. I definitely need to structure this code a bit better, but I don't know exactly what that's going to look like yet. So this becomes delete message. It's going to be very interesting still, I'm sure. Hi, Grumpy Pete. Hello. You're such a little cutie. You know that? You're such a little cutie. But you know, come to think about it, I wonder whether we should not just write to Scylla directly when posting the messages too. Because it definitely doesn't make sense to execute it on every node. I'm sure the correct way of doing this will emerge eventually. This will become delete message. This will go away. And you become message deleted. Why are you unhappy? You are not unhappy. Good. So this would be, where would this be? This would be, where do we send the message? Here, the channel. So basically we would send the message here. We would send them, oh that's interesting. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, that changes everything. That's actually not a bad idea at all. If we just write directly to Scylla here and here, that means we don't need to send the message to the nodes at all. Because the messages only live in Scylla. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. That basically means that all we need then is... we need a way to figure out where a message lives. And we can't just store it in a RAM state because there are, at least in our dreams, way too many messages to store them all in RAM state, even if we don't store the text. Because we are definitely going to have billions of messages. Most certainly. And if you don't think that's true, you're just a hater. So... we need some kind of... because we can get a message, and for the message we can get... for the message we can get... we can get from Scylla the conversation key. Let's rename this to user conversations. And so conversation is going to be a dash map of U64 to conversation, which is going to be an enum between channel or it probably makes sense for it to know about what users it has, probably. Hello, Rooty Tooty Pointy Shooty. I love that name. Making a Twitter clone in Rust. Who's making a Twitter clone? Oh, but why masochism? I'm doing this specifically because it's fun. Rust is wonderful. Are you not a fan of Rust, Rudy? Is this a real-time conversation app? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So this is just gonna be like this for now. That's a very early implementation. This is probably gonna need to store a lot more, but that's just what we're gonna do for now. You can't say you've touched it. You've heard good things still. So what have you touched? You need to learn Rust one day, currently starting C++. Oh, I C++. Okay, and so let conversations becomes a dash map. Let's see whether I can define it like this. Can I just do default here? And do like, put it here? Am I allowed to do such a thing? Will you allow me to do that? Whatever pays the bills, but mostly Java, and of course the better Java, C#. I mean, C# is better Java. If you put the braces on the same line. If you don't, you're a criminal. Right, conversations. Insert conversation channel ID. Okay. You're unhappy. Type annotations needed. Why? Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? And so this is conversation user 1, user 2. What are you doing? No. Yes. Is it not user? Users. Okay. Okay, I guess I need to just dash map. Can I at least infer these? Oh, that's why you're unhappy. That's why you're unhappy, because I'm dumb. Because I'm dumb. Oh, this doesn't even need anything then. This just needs to be like this. Why are you unhappy? Why are you... What? Why are you... No, go away. Conversation channel. Am I allowed to not specify this now? I'm not. Oh, does it need to be... No. What? Down. Can I just do this? I can! Okay. Can I remove it here too? No. You would want to code an editor one day. Inspired by what? Like more IDE-like or more like text editor-like? What kind of editor ideas do you have? Oh, I love you too, Zipasarbians. Oh, like, so like terminal-based editor then. Hey, Buttercup. Hey, Buttercup. So cute, little Buttercup. You're so cute. So cute. Okay, and it's going to be... What we want to do is we want to... What is vi declined? So ideally we do impl conversation. Because we do have some... We already have an implementation here. So what if we implement that here? How about we put this impl even here? I like that. I like that. We do send message, self, state. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. And then we need to put like a match here. So match, self. If it's a channel, we do self, state, no, state, channels, get. Don't we have something? Yeah, here. Oh, no, okay, well, that's here. Channels. Get. Oh, okay. No, 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 no. We do want you to store your I. Oh. This is weird. I'm using IntelliJ Agentourist. Hello, Siley. This is weird, this is weird, this is weird, this is weird, this is weird. All of the solutions I can come up with are something the Borrow Checker would be incredibly unhappy with me for. Hello, Nelixos. How are you doing today? And I'm trying to not make the Borrow Checker too unhappy. What am I trying to do? I'm in part trying to figure that out myself. So, but just to give you a brief description of the problem we're facing right now. So you have a chat client, right? You have messages between users, but you also have messages between in channels, you know? And ideally, you don't have to treat those messages completely different everywhere. And so I'm currently trying to figure out what's the best way to... Where do I merge the two code paths, you know? And so I'm currently like trying to figure out, okay, so we have a message, the message has a conversation ID, how do I then get from that conversation ID to the information that I need to send the event about the updated message to everyone that needs to know about it. Hello, Carlos. How you doing? Hello, Resoft. Yes, you make a very good point. That's kind of what, that's why I even have this model before. Now, previously what we had, sorry, I completely fucked up that sentence. Previously, up until today, I was storing the user messages and the channel messages in completely separate tables and like treating them very differently. But then someone like you brought up the point of like, oh, what about like group messages or something? And that kind of like, you know, made me realize that yes, it's a very bad idea to treat these messages differently just because they're in different contexts. And so, but because it's not like a literal channel, there's gonna be some place where you create that channel and like figure out, okay, you have a message and you figure out where it belongs to, you know? And so we're just like mid-refactoring right now, and so it's a little confusing right now. Well, but you should be able to send messages even if you haven't added someone as a friend, you know? And so you can't just like implicitly create channels for everyone with every user. So there has to be some point where that channel gets created. And even then, like channel memberships are very different between the two types of entities, because like, you know, channel memberships are determined by who is in the actual group, but like user conversation memberships are just like, you know, who are the two users. It's not really a Discord clone. I'm just calling it that because it's an easy way to sum it up. Really, it's just like a chat server. It started out as kind of like a bit more IRC-like, and it's getting a bit more, you know, server-side logs and a lot of persistence, so more Discord-like. And so I'm calling it a Discord clone just so I don't have to like put an entire paragraph into the stream title. Also, hello Jervnorsk, how are you? You're buzzing on Twitch. Being a little busy bee. Glad to hear you're doing fine. Happy you found your way here. You think it should be a client-side thing entirely? It could be. But even then, it's still like kind of difficult to determine like who is in a channel. Slater USA, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Good afternoon to you too. Maybe a ranger. I'm happy you found your way back here. Hi, Bruce. Hi, Simplaren. But yeah, I am already doing pretty much what you're describing. I'm currently creating the channel here when where is it? I'm creating the channel here when a message gets sent for the first time. What's a dit? Hello, Robin. Distributed hash table. What language would I program in if there was no Rust? I don't know that I would be making this if there wasn't Rust. I don't think there have been much UI changes since yesterday. Today's been very back-end focused. Perl. Yeah, let me make it in Perl. That sounds really good. Oh yeah, let me write it in Bash for sure. That sounds fun. I mean, I feel like that's what dash map is anyway. Okay, how about we do... You have to, like, define structs for these, right? Rust enum. Oh! Really? I didn't know you could do this. Am I allowed? Is this legal? Am I legally allowed to do that? Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool that's possible. Rust is kind of cool. Kind of like Rust. Rust kind of cool. Illegal, go directly to jail? Yeah, I know. Thank you, Robin. I mean, the board checker is amazing. The board checker is like probably the biggest reason why I like Rust. It's your first time seeing the toggle night mode in stream? Super dope. TVH, I'm glad you like it. It's pretty cool, I admit. Alright, so this just becomes ID, channel, ID. And you just need ID, user 1, user 2. Yeah. And this will allow us to hear destructure it. And we get the channel. We do map. State groups get channel group. Who's Dennis Ritchie? Then we need to map again. Of course, this needs to be an and then, actually. Oh, and then we can already send message. Yeah, then we can already send message. Yeah, so we just do if let some group is equal to this thing, group, send message, state, message. All right, good. I don't think it's the Turkish symbol. I think it's just like a star and a moon. I think it's just like I didn't make it, but I'm assuming the person who made it just, you know, thought, well, it looks like a night sky, so that's what we're gonna use. ID user 1, user 2. I don't think it's literally that simple, isn't? I mean, that looks completely different, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think you can just say every moon and star is that now. I think that's a bit, I don't know about that one. So, can I just like create like a slice or something here? Is that something I'm allowed to do without it being shit? I guess it just works. I'm sure at some point the board checker's gonna yell at me about this. I'm not allowed to own. Yeah, you're always complaining. You're always complaining. Did you know that? You're always complaining. Okay, so what are our errors at this point? We have these two. Why is this a Vec now? Why are you a Vec? Don't be a Vec. Oh, because it's an option. Oh, because it's a... What can I just do? Am I allowed to just say flatten here? Yes. Yes. I love Rust. Can you show crazy code your Rust code and generates? Yes. Of course you can. Dude, this is so cool. It just works. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy. It just works. I mean, it's not, there's zero way this works at runtime, but it's pretty cool that we're even here to begin with. So, bringing all this back to here. Alright. Makes sense so far. Makes sense so far. I mean, it's not that bad, man. I can improve it a little bit, but I think it was very fine and comfortable, Robin. Thank you. Unbelievable. I shall close my door real quick. Hello. My shoulders looked like they needed a bit of help. Were they screaming? Okay, so how about we just, remove all of these and just do UN64 message. Yeah, okay. More of the blink twice kind. Is this a video game OST playing? You can use a song command. I'm not sure whether it's a video game OST. It doesn't sound familiar to me, but it's entirely possible it was used in a video game at some point. Hold on though, that means though... No, this... That means though that... I guess it doesn't really matter. But just for ease of... Okay. I think I'm going to split off all of the Scylla stuff into its own module. We're gonna call it messages. And we're gonna call it logs. We're gonna call it logs. We're gonna do struct logs, and it's going to own Scylla. It is going to own Scylla. It's going to own all of this. Oh, I've never heard of that either. What kind of game is it? It's a personal project, yeah, Rez. It is. Impl logs. No, so you create the Scylla session, which is done, where is it? Here. So all of this goes over into here. Async. self, Scylla. Then we also move over all of the prepared statements. And then we move over these ones too. This needs an import. Okay. Cool. I shall look at your code after when my code compiles again, which should be relatively soon. Oh my. So this literally just becomes message. This literally just becomes message. ID. And we move over this thing here to here. We do we already have a get here? We do. So you're going to need, can we just derive? We can just, oh, this is nice, this is nice, this is nice, this is nice. Derive, clone. Well, you're not clonable. Really? Session isn't clonable. Does it need to be arced then? Scylla session. Where's the session? Client session. Session. Why are you not clonable? You're a weird red-hooded being that throws your limbs at the invading flea populace. Wow, okay. Wait, how does that work? Wait, what are cache of prepared? I don't get it. Poster Zaloni, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. That sounds Polish. Is it Polish? Oh. I'm not sure that I don't know. That sounds kind of nice. Okay, I guess we don't clone it then. So we don't clone it, we arc it. That's okay. That's okay. We can arc it. So you need to take let logs equal logs. What? Is the mod no log? Can I? import? What? Am I allowed to? What? Oh, pub. New. This also needs to be pub. Await. See you next time, Jer. Thank you for being here. Okay, so we immediately wrap it into our web data. I would prefer to just have it be an arc, but since we need to put it in here anyway. So you take logs. The logs just get written into here. Still looks fine to me, still looks fine to me. You're unhappy because you need the logs now. And so here we need to do let message equals self logs get message ID. Await. Some message else return. Oh, you mean that kind of cache, Carlos? Yeah, no. Cache definitely can cause issues, like browser cache, basically. If there's like things cached that shouldn't be, that can definitely cause all sorts of issues. And we let conversation equals self conversations get. We can even combine this. We can do if let some message this thing and let some conversation equals get message. Oh, I see. Where else do we use this? Now we do need to return the conversation too. Conversation user text. This is for, which proto is that? This is for... Okay. But I mean, this is gonna need to include the... Yeah, this is gonna need to include the conversation anyway. Conversation, user and text. Because otherwise there's just... No, it... Wait. This doesn't even exist anymore. These don't even exist anymore. So everything is gonna be even more unhappy. You hate terminating Ethernet cables. What does that mean? I mean, it's really just because I'm enjoying it, Eigentourist. It's not that I'm like this doesn't work for me, you know? This is pure play. So really, we want like a struct, pub struct message here. Or we do pub ID U64 conversation user and text. And so this also needs to get the conversation. Mystic Fear, thank you for the follow. How are you today? Oh, you mean like actually like the physical, like putting the plug into the cable? Is that what you mean? There. Yeah, okay, so that's good. No longer need this. And then here in the state, message dot conversation. Exactly. Now this match gets moved into here. Match conversation. If it's a channel, all of this turns into self. Why are you so unhappy? Alright, nice. Oh yeah, and then here, this needs to be from message. Yeah. You're going to be extremely unproductive tomorrow. Why is that? You got 15 RJ45 jacks that you're now probably going to throw out because they're not pass-through. What does that mean, pass-through, in that context? Yeah, office politics are fun. You canceled your cursor sub so your boss can pay it. And there's gonna be like a day where neither subscription is active, or... because this needs to be... I guess I need the logs here too, right? Oh, I can just get it here. I can just do logs here and get it. And then this becomes logs. Yeah. 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 Logs. This is just logs. Logs. Nice. Good. Very good. And so this becomes... this one here. Deref. Oh, and this one too. Uh-huh. And then the other one we take from the private message. This is user 1. This is user 2. They allow you to have the conductors go outside the connector while you're cramping, and once you cramp, you just cut off the sticking out bits. Oh, that makes it easier to do, basically. And so then we need to add one more thing here, which is pub async fn create message self ID conversation user and text. Welcome back, Kale. Your personal sub renews tomorrow, so that he'll have to get it set up tonight, or you'll be a vanilla dev tomorrow. Or you'll just write the code yourself. How about that? So this is ID, this is conversation, this is user, and this is text. Sinful statement. What you gonna do about it? Result non-rows. Okay. All right. And so this is just message now. We also need to modify you to also have a reference to the logs, which is trivial. Logs clone, simple enough. And then this is just logs. Yeah. And then the same thing is here. You recently had a conversation with your supervisor and he has no idea how many things you're involved in because people usually contact you directly. Oh, did he give you the, oh, you're not actually doing any real work kind of treatment? Kind of, damn, sorry. So, and you're considering quitting because you just don't enjoy working with that guy anymore, basically? Self logs create a message, which is ID, input channel. Self user ID and input user as our input text. Message. Await. Okay, or error. Gateway timeout, sure. And then to the actual state, we just send the ID. And we're done. All managers suck if you catch them on a bad day. I feel like if you're a manager, the biggest part of the manager's job is not to let their moods affect their underlings. That is like the one thing a good manager needs to do, is to make their underlings feel good regardless of their own mood. Because otherwise, what else is a manager for? Ooh, oh, where's the head hub? I will need to retrieve that. I'll be right back and I'll return with the head grab head. You have way too many points. I know what you can spend those on. Shh. Be quiet, Grumpy Pete. Don't be silly. Hello, I'm back. Company culture always trickles down from higher ups. That's true, yeah. In his opinion, everything you do is always easy and quick. Well, that's because he doesn't have to do it. He has no idea how often you have to rescue customer projects that you officially have nothing to do with. Sounds like he's just like a terrible manager. It's not acceptable for people to take credit for others' work, and when the work of others is not appreciated, even though it has contributed significant. Sounds like it's just kind of like a bad company. Right? Okay, so this entire thing goes away, and this entire thing goes away. This also goes away. Oh, that makes things so much simpler. And then we create the message here to, yeah, here. Wait, but that returns oh, okay, that's fine, that's fine. This music feels like you're hanging out with the fishies in the aquarium, but that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Okay, now we need the conversation ID. Let conversation. And then just like before, we just send a message event. And we're done. That's nice, that's good. That cleans things up considerably. Why are you so unhappy? Oh, that's right. Hey, let's do a quick cargo cluppy. A quick cargo cluppy too. And then I will look at the code you posted, Carlos. Alright. You said you challenged me to roast a Rust code and you redeemed a toxic redeem. What is this? So don't look at the others, just like the crazy part then. Oh, Rust is super cool. What is it? Is the fishy's view a bit cropped? I mean, it's maybe slightly. The camera setup is still not like perfect because, like, you know, the room setup still isn't done. This still isn't like the new desk, so the setup is kind of still like a bit not ideal right now. Okay, rule number 17, whatever that means. I don't think you need to. What are you doing here? Why are you creating the string and then immediately dropping it? Oh, this is generated. Okay. Why are you what are you doing this for? Okay, so you're creating some other kind of string, and then you're creating a slice of group refs? I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I mean, this here isn't Rust. Like you can write slop like this in any language. Like the problem here isn't Rust. This is just unreadable code, which I mean, since it's generated, it doesn't need to be super readable, but still it's like, huh? Like, what is the point of this, Carlos? Can you give me a bit of context for this code? C++ is insane. Modern C++ is just crazy. Which first arg? What am I enjoying? So, what I'm enjoying about Rust is that it allows you to write code that is extremely efficient without sacrificing convenience for it. It's not just specific patterns, like sure, match is cool, borrow checker is cool, but it's more just like everything coming together. It is the... Just there are so many modern, awesome language features without sacrificing performance. Because like in so many languages, the modern, convenient features come at the cost of performance, and in Rust they don't, and that's what makes it so cool. But yeah, I'm sorry, Carlos, this means nothing to me. Are you saying this code here gets generated based on this input string? Oh yeah, it's super cool. The trick is to strengthen your brain by learning modern C++ so that everything else seems easy. I don't know about that one. Computers ruined your life, now you're homeless. What happened? Bendis, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. I would probably give Go more of a try if it wasn't so darn ugly. They're evil. I don't know about that. How are they evil? Are they out to get you? It really doesn't look like C. Like, it really doesn't. Really not even a little. Okay, maybe a little, but not like more than a little. Your toaster has been laughing at me. At you. I don't think that's the computers. I think that's the... That's schizophrenia. It definitely looks more like Go, that's true, yeah. So this is like the generator code you're using, I'm assuming. I don't know, Carlos, it would be really helpful if you gave me some context on what this code was for. Like if I knew what this was, it would probably be a lot easier to read than if you just throw the code at me and tell me to figure it out, monkey. This is Nobara. This is Nobara, Maldita. Desktop environment is KDE. You can also use the OS command if you want to know a bit more. It doesn't look super AI generated to me. You've had managers forge documentation to try to prove that Apache Zookeeper was dangerous and that your whole project should be halted. Purple Cloud's already used it. Read up a little bit. It has like a bit of a cooldown. That's crazy. Why? Okay. I feel like I ask you this like every day I get tours, but why are you still at that fucking company? Your thing parses rule files and generates rules that dispatch appropriate calls. It's meant to replace runtime rule parsing and loading. And what kind of rules are these? Yes, why are you still at this fucking company? Is that a rooster hat? What kind of roosters do you have in your backyard? If that's what your roosters look like, then you better protect your brain right now. That is a head crab from Half-Life. You have a donkey, he is chill, he goes hee-haw in the morning and you're like, hey donkey. Thank you for sharing that story with us, Grey Ian. I love it. I'm glad you and your donkey are on such good terms. Tell your donkey hey from me. Hey silly mouse, how are you? Placing sequences. So, are these rules basically pseudocode then? You're a bit tired, or you are right, a bit tired, but fine with the day. I'm doing well, thank you. It's pseudocodes that just says function calls and arguments. Okay, that's what I needed to know. Okay, so this is like this is parsing at build time and mapping from this thing to what is it mapping to? Is this run at runtime or at build time? You ate too much watermelon? Why did you do that? It is true, because watermelon your stomach is like 2 times bigger now. You can't. You're not supposed to eat it whole. You're supposed to cut it into pieces and then eat the red inner parts. Don't swallow it whole. You didn't tell me what you were doing. I didn't know that you were gulping down a watermelon whole. Didn't know that you were unhinging your jaw like some kind of snake and forcing it down your throat. Yeah, so this is, you said, was what would be in your in your rules file, right? You have Eva. I thought it was watermelon. Did you eat two things? Did you eat watermelon and evil? Oh, you refresh? Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, that's much simpler, yeah. FN replace, okay. Rule FN. Where does that come from? Oh, this is literally here. What's the point of that? Why is it doing that? It's eating you from inside now. Time for revenge. It's like a pineapple. It's like, you know how when you eat a pineapple, the pineapple eats you too. Is there just to enforce the function signature? I mean, the compiler would do that anyway, no? And the replace function is defined elsewhere, I'm assuming. And so why are you doing this? Why are you not just writing code? Why do you have these like, pseudocode things anyway? Properly ripe pear is pretty good, that's true, yeah. Yeah, of course the drink's back. Of course it's not like you eat something big once and then your stomach is floppy for the rest of your life. But why are you doing that pseudocode thing anyway? Yeah, it's okay, Spicy. You're not gonna look like you're pregnant with watermelon for the rest of your life. So you can relax about that one. You're parsing it and then converting to real code. But like, where do these rules even come from? It's weird that the high-end Ryzen mobile APUs have quad-channel memory, which gives them memory bandwidth closer to the EPYC series as compared to Ryzen desktop. Wait, so the laptop ones have quad channels, but the Ryzen ones don't? That's kind of weird. Alright, let's see whether I can still send messages. Oh, it's Albert Bino. I was very unhappy. Oh yeah, this needs to be... I changed the wrong thing. Conversation. User. Okay. How about now? How about now? That is weird. Maybe they're gonna change the Ryzens to be quad channel too. I mean, I don't really understand why we stopped doing quad channel RAM anyway. As far as I know, it's just like not nearly as much of a benefit as dual channel is compared to single channel. Well, where do the rules come from then? Like, you know, where does the text file come from? Having trouble falling asleep? I'm sorry to hear it. You need to be up early, Frankie. Missing mandatory primary... What? Missing mandatory primary key part conversation. Oh. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? What if I don't know the conversation? You're supposed to tell me. Oh, so for an update, okay, sure. And conversation equals question. Okay. Dumb, I guess, sure. At least it looks like I'll be able to select. Hopefully. Conversation U64. It's the other way around. It's the real other way around. Oh, that would never work. This is completely out of order. What? No. It's completely out of order. Text here. Text. Conversation. Ready. Blah, 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 blah. Not a face hugger. I have a face hugger somewhere too. Not here right now. But I have a face hugger plenty too. That's the head crab though. Oh, so basically this was just like your project idea. So it's like there's no... This is a for fun project on the Carlos. I thought this was like a work project. So you need to include the message conversation. Except you need to include it in the right place. Are you happy now? You are not happy. Oh, this one needs to too. You're annoying. Did you know that you're annoying? Did you know that you're really annoying? Huh? Why are you being annoying? Why are you being annoying? Who allowed you to be annoying? Oh, okay, so it's like specifically the challenge to generate code from a text file, basically. And yeah, the balance between AMD and Intel definitely has shifted a lot over the past decade, that's true. Okay, are we happy now? When will Maya chat be accessible to exchange your secrets? I don't know. Whenever I feel like cleaning up the repo to push it up. Okay, let's see what happens when I send a message. Hello, Signal. I'm doing well, and Grumpy Pete, well... He's happy and hungry, as always. Hi. Okay. This is clearly not correct. I'm also not receiving the message from the server. You just met the manager of a coding congress. You haven't seen him for some time. You must now finish your project until April to present it on the congress. Sorry, what do you mean by congress? Where's my log? What's happening? Where's my log? Excuse me? I'm dumb. I'm not using this component yet. Oopsie. Oh no, I'm so dumb. Okay, message. You know you're writing good code when you get to write the same word 3 times in a row. Tom Song, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Do you mean like a convention, or what kind of like what kind of congress are we talking about? Oh, nice! And you're gonna be like a speaker there? Oh yeah, like disposable LED fixtures are super stupid. I'm with you on that one. Something here is still what isn't happy? Oh, did you? Oh, you fucker, you fucker, you fucker, you fucker, you fucker. Import message from message. That's unfortunate. Message view. How about now? Hi. Okay. This works correctly now, that's good. That's one step in the right direction. Now, something on the back end is still very unhappy. Is it the panic here, maybe? Oh. Incomplete input. Incomplete input? Your input's incomplete. It was slight sarcasm. It was just me being silly, really, Agentourist. Derosadev, thank you for the follow. How are you? Oh yeah, that is in fact incomplete input. That's true. That input is incomplete. I have to admit that. Okay, how about now? Connect? Hi. Still not sending the message. Did I... Well, I don't know whether I restarted. I might not have restarted. I might not have restarted. That might be the issue. Are we getting messages now? That's something. How about now? Connect? It's logged? Bah. Why are you doing that? What do you mean? Why are you like this? I mean, what if I make this display contents? Will that break everything? No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, it doesn't break. Okay, okay, okay. 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 I mean, isn't there some way to have like an ass child or something? Like this literally wants to be Shatsian, so surely there's some way of doing that, maybe? Yeah. Snippet child. And you get the props, sure. It doesn't want props. It doesn't want my props. Okay, it doesn't need the props. How about this? We happier now? Oh, we are so much happier. Oh, I remember Ajax. Good old Ajax. I remember that. Papa. Still not receiving the events, which is strange. I should definitely be sending... Send two private... Okay, hold on. What if I log in with the other user? Okay, the logs are here, but if I say... User... Okay, user 2 does not yet get the message. So something is clearly not working yet. Something is clearly not working. What if I'm... What? I don't think that would do anything because it's, I'm not using inner HTML, I'm using, like, the text rendering, so that should probably just get it escaped. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. It is unhackable. Buttercup. You look so relaxed now. Yeah, so for some reason my... It does receive the message here. But then something is going wrong when loading it, I would presume. So how about we just ask the debugger what's going wrong? The debugger surely will know. Okay, we're here. We're here. So we have a message ID. We are going to step over. We're going to step over it. Where am I? Why am I here? I don't want to be here. You kidnapped me. So I take it we don't get here. We do? Okay. Sorry, what were you asking me? Oh, the sarcasm thing. Right. Okay, we're here now, which is good. I mean, all of that seems fine. I mean, okay, but it's doing it. So what's the problem? Why am I not receiving? What? Why is it not happening? Okay, it works now? Question mark? Okay, now, I don't know. I guess it randomly works now. Why do people want to use old operating systems? Nostalgia, usually. Okay, can I send messages to the group too? Ba. Okay, group, channel, ba. Nice. Ending with Ali, thank you for the raid. Hello. How was your stream? I give you a shout out. Hello, Lopsided Pixel. Hello, Agent Duckman. Agent who is a duck and also a man. My goodness, that's a Netflix show and a half. Hello, how are you doing? How was your stream, Ali? What were you up to? I hope you're all having a wonderful day, Raiders, and Ali, all of you. I'm Maya and I'm working on a big nerd project. Rust chat server. Lead code shenanigans. Oh no. I have opinions about lead code. Agent Duckman, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I hope you've had a good stream. Does she enjoy lead code or does she hate it like I do? Alright, so the deletion is like the one thing that we still need to implement here. For which we will need to add... I mean, the only thing we'll need to do really is forwarded. It's like... Did I delete it here? No, this here, yeah. I do think we wanna... Okay, this will need to change. A lead code jail for backseat coders, only a sub gets you out. What is a lead code jail? Let's keep the message. This one. It's not ideal. Ideally, we would just be able to do send message here, but it's not quite so simple yet. self. You're unhappy? Why are you unhappy? That's why you're unhappy. Mostly just public shaming. She's not a fan of backseat coding, huh? You're pretty sure she hates it like I do, but in the States it's still something you can expect in a tech interview. I mean, it's like that in far too many places, and it's just so stupid. Like, it is genuinely just, I'm just gonna call it a travesty. It is so stupid. The whole lead code interview thing is, like, so fucking dumb. U64 message deleted. Backseat coding is different than looking for and getting help. Also, when you say backseat coding, do you mean like, oh, why aren't you doing this instead? Are you stupid? Benisha, thank you for the— oh, we're getting so many raids today. Hello, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? It's so good to see you. I hope you're all having a most wonderful day. How was your stream? Hello, Faizan. Hello. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Hello, Owner King. Hello, Manisha. You had a lovely stream. I love to hear it. What were you up to? Yeah, KDE Tapir. It's Izen. Izen or Izen? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I have to ask about the other part of your name too. Yeah, KDE's great. You're a KDE enjoyer too, Tapir. What is the status of my sleeping schedule? I mean, unchanged, really. I just wish I was sleeping a bit better, that's all. You used to be a little more hardcore when you were young, but now you just want it to work. Same. You don't know any fishy. Well, then you're gonna need to look at the fishy dossier and pick out a fishy. Hello, Vitor. How are you? My job currently is that I work for a company called Gumroad. I do contracting work for them, and I contribute to their repos and get paid in open source bounties, which is really cool. Hello, Kenny. You use OpenBox. Is that a desktop environment or? What am I working on? I am making a chat server in Rust and a auxiliary client to help test it in Svelte. And I'm currently implementing editing and deleting of messages, which kind of took over the entire stream because it required a huge refactoring of how messages are being stored. But it's been good. It's gotten us a lot closer to the final. I mean, I don't want to say final solution because that's like kind of a I don't think that's a word my people are allowed to use, but like a lot closer to the final version of this code. You were just playing some jam games and doing some dev. Nice. Wait, I hope you had. Well, you said you had fun, so I'm glad you had fun. Which game jam? Yeah, so the communication between server and client is WebSockets and HTTP. WebSockets for fire and forget things, HTTP for things that need a response. So this is just conversation, send message. Let me recargo. Self. WS. Notice server message. Message deleted. ID. And that's it. And ideally, this one up here also becomes that simple. But we're gonna need to refactor how private messages are handled on the client for that. Timeouts when using WebSockets, you shouldn't unless you're... Like, you shouldn't if you're using the ping thing. And yeah, blazingly fast. Now, it's super cool how efficient you can be with Rust. Rust is awesome. Dude, this is the kind of music they would play on How It's Made. This is the kind of like weird like elevator music style they would play on that. You know what I'm talking about? Reanimated Man, thank you for the follow. I appreciated you. Girl Coder Ab Proto Buff, I know. I'm all W's here. How you doing, Reanimated? The Proto Buff's amazing. I love Proto Buff. It's like my favorite wire format, I think. Alright, so edit needs to be... Chat state? I don't have the chat state here. But I can get it. Chat state. API. Oh, PNPM Proto. Messages. Excuse me. Oh, I didn't. Messages. Edit. What just happened to my keyboard? Why did my... lighting just reset? That's weird. There. That's kind of like how it was. You pick Grumpy Pete. Excellent choice. Grumpy Pete is an excellent choice. I'm just gonna use a prompt here. Oh, what's not to like about Protobuff, genuinely? Protobuff is amazing. Alright, yeah, you can't go. Every time I want to call things to lead and then I'm not allowed to. And then they tease you, you know, they make fun of you. They say like, oh, here, look, there's like, you have a map, and now you can suddenly delete with every other context. No, you're not allowed to delete anything. Gah. Unbelievable. I have heard of Captain Proto, yeah. So the reason I didn't use it is because it's just, it is better, but not better enough to justify the decreased amount of ecosystem support. But you know what? To be honest, the last time I looked at Captain Proto was years ago, so I'm going to give Grumpy Pete a treat, and then I'm gonna have another look at it. Just give me a moment to wash my hands. Hey, Grumpy Peas. Guess what? You're getting a treat. Favorite time of the day. Time where you get a treat. Oh, goldfish. Come here. Oh, you little thing. Oh, you're excited, but you gotta be a little cute too. Boy, you're so good. Hmm? Good little thing. Are such a fishy. Who knew? Get a goldfish. That's good. Hello. I'm using Prototype 3. I mean, the default is just like value type specific, right? No, I removed Bootstrap. I went back to making my own CSS thing. Keeping fish is wonderful. It is work, it is a responsibility because you are primarily responsible for their well-being. But if you are willing to commit to that, fish are incredible companions. Right, let's have another look at Captain Proto. Last time I looked at this website was many years ago. This benchmark is, of course, unfair. It's only measuring the time to encode and decode a message in memory. The cap and proto encoding is appropriate both as a data interchange format and in-memory representation. Okay, looks simple enough. I mean, I'm really mostly interested in the other languages, yeah. Alright. Hey Jenny, it's good to see you. I've been well, thank you. How are you? I think with V3, the main thing they were just focused on was like the backwards compatibility, and they kind of just removed anything that was kind of like in conflict with that. How about because there's two JavaScript implementations, are either of them type safe? Oh boy, 6 years ago. That's not good. Yeah, this is kind of what I mean. It's like, it's just not nearly as well supported, you know? Like, it does have advantages over Protobuf for sure, but the environment support is like not comparable, you know? I mean, TypeScript is pretty safe, Lenny. Hi Lenny, how are you? TypeScript is pretty cool. Yeah, so, aquariums and soap do not go together. An aquarium, what we as humans consider clean, has nothing to do with what nature considers clean. Just because there's like, you know, some fishy poop or something, that doesn't mean it's not clean, you know? So any kind of soap, bleach, anything you would, any sort of disinfectant, anything like that is no place anywhere near an aquarium. Exactly, think of it like, what would you breathe, you know? What would you drink? Oh, Svelte is great. So I would say Svelte is slightly less convenient than Vue, but has way better tooling support. Yeah, like I would like to use it, but it's just for something where I'm like also considering like, you know, third-party clients and things like that. I don't want to make it, you know, much more difficult to implement a client. It is unlucky she forgot, but I just mean like, you know, you shouldn't do anything with soap around that in the first place, is kind of like my point. Why is Rust support better than JS? What do you mean, Starnik? You get a bit scared of non-type-safe language as well. Define type-safe. What do you exactly mean when you say type-safe? You've been doing some contract work of your own recently. Have I ever come across work for reviewing another dev's comments? I don't really understand what you mean. Solid was honestly super disappointing to me. I thought Solid was going to be the be-all, end-all of front-end development. I was so hyped for Solid because I thought that a modern framework made with TSX without the insanity that is React would have to be perfect. But then they go and completely fuck up the state management. The state management in Solid is so very bad, surprisingly bad. It was genuinely surprising to me that a framework made so recently could have such bad state management. No, I would recommend Svelte over Vue. I think the better tooling support is well worth the slight trade-off in inconvenience. Because with Vue, you're always like, you know, you're always tiptoeing around the type checker and the linter, because it's like, with the custom syntax, none of the tooling really works properly. There's like, you know, the Vue TSC, which is some monkey patch TypeScript compiler, which kind of works, and there's linting, which kind of works, but it's never properly TypeScript. It's never properly type safe. Whereas with Solid does something incredibly brilliant, which is they have a transpiler which transpiles solid code to TSX code, which means you get to take advantage of their custom syntax while also being able to take advantage of all tooling that supports TSX, which is just brilliant and incredible and works so well. Oh, so you've only written C then, Lenny? They do, they appreciate touches, they are so cute. I genuinely think they enjoy being touched. Because it can't, I don't think it is purely, oh, I'm going to let this happen so I get food for it, because I mean, it's not like they are being forced or anything, you know, like they swim into my hand. It's not like they do it begrudgingly. Correct, me too, correct. And I would still put, no, yeah, that's correct, yeah. And I would probably put Angular between Solid and React there. Oh yeah, C++ is super overwhelming. Definitely. The context menu is not working. That's not good. Why is the context menu not working? Oh, the context... No, I broke the context menu. Spherophoria, thank you for the raid. Oh my goodness, we're getting so many raids today. Hello, thank you for the raid. Hi, Spherophoria's friends. You got a raid and run? I don't mind at all. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for being here. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Hey, Spooky. Hey, Penguin. I hope you're both having a wonderful day. I mean, my tier list is genuinely, for languages, is genuinely Rust and then TypeScript. Like, personally, I am of the opinion that, well, first of all, if you're doing your own project, then use whatever you enjoy most. You can make anything with anything. There is no completely wrong language for anything you're trying to do. It only matters if you're trying to be as productive as possible, and that only matters if you're trying to make money. So if you're learning, if you're doing your own thing, then just use whatever. It doesn't matter. And if you are trying to be productive, then for almost everything, TypeScript is the right choice, because it is so easy, so quick to write code with. It works on anything. It is so portable, so cheap to find other developers for. It is just the de facto programming language. We thought JavaScript was purely client-side. Node proved us wrong on that one. Yeah. What's going on? I am making a chat server in Rust, which is started off a bit more IRC-like, but is now getting a bit more Discord-like, and making a client for it in Svelte. Hello, Penguin Blaze. Yeah, Grumpy Pete says welcome to all. I have not tried any of those programming languages, I admit. I would love to do something with Zig sometime, but I just have never really gotten the chance. And the others are just don't really even know anything about. Okay, so somehow I broke my context menu. I'm assuming this is what broke the context menu, right? Yeah, okay. That looks perfect. That looks perfect. You find Zig not a fully mature language? How so? It's beautiful, ship it, true. I wonder why that doesn't work. I guess it needs the props. Well, what sort of parameters do you want? What are your parameters? Trigger. With child. I mean, I don't know. Can I just do unknown? Am I allowed to do that? Record string unknown. Like this? Okay. Zig is still not 1.0, so breaking changes are common. That makes sense, yeah. You've not seen a system yet that can seamlessly step up from JS to TS? I mean... generally, it's pretty much a drop-in replacement, though, no? I guess I don't really know what you mean by that. How is this? Is this gonna work or is it still broken? It is still broken. That is unfortunate. Can I just do this? Wait, so the props thing here is... okay, that's weird. Sure. Props. Props, am I allowed to do this? Coel, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Well, how about I make this record string unknown as well? What you got to say to that? Okay. And suddenly that works. Suddenly that works. Uh-huh. Suddenly that's a worker. He isn't happy though. Not found. Not found? How dare you? You're deving the eProglang. You wanna post something about that? That sounds interesting. Now you have to go to bed? How dare you? But I would love to know more about that, either today or tomorrow. It sounds really interesting. Can I edit it now? No, not found. Not found? Why? Are you asking me or are you asking Bika? It's a good question. A couple of weeks. Sleep well, reanimated. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, interesting. C like JIT compiled low-level programming language. That's cool you're making your own programming language. I like that. Alright. Unfortunately, as much fun as I'm having, I do also need to get to bed, especially because I have to be up a little bit early tomorrow. Thank you all so much for your company, friends. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending time with me. I love you all. If you haven't yet, I would really appreciate it if you would leave a follow so we can chat again tomorrow. Also, check out some of these links. Join the Discord. Redacted.io, thank you for the follow. Let me know if you have a preferred raid target. Thank you all again so much for being here. Whom shall we raid? Whom shall we raid? Any ideas? I need to look at YouTube, you're right. By the way, to those of you who don't know yet, I have been uploading a lot more stuff to YouTube. I've been doing some shorts, some new stuff there too, so if you haven't yet, you should totally go over there and subscribe there too. Kara's Sittings, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Alright, we have a bunch of requests for the code drift, so that's what we shall do. I love you all, friends. Thank you so much for the company. You sleep well too. I will see you again tomorrow. Much love. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Maya, welcome in.